Well, hello. How's it going? Dungeon? Neurodivergent? Abso-fucking-lutely it is. Indie. Context. There we go. Could you imagine the traps are just various hyperfixations? Ooh. Brooke, do you have a hyperfixation on hot aliens? Why have I not heard about this? My god. But hey, how's it going? It's D&D day. That's a fucking chore. I'm showered. I'm hydrated. I'm ready to go. All the good things. Just opening up shit that I forgot to open, apparently. But, let's jump into the normal shenanigans with skipping this song. Music section is up and running if you want to check that out at any point. It's in the About Me section labeled D&D Spotify music. Go and check it out. I do rules differently. If you want to know what those are at any point, you can type in !D&D and you'll get all of those rules. !D&D maps will give you the Patreon links to the Reclusive Cartographer and Go to Major Maps. End of Latov will give you a pretty much like the plot hook, really, rather than the synopsis. Moobot will pop in every now and again to remind you all about channel point inspiration. Think a player's doing something cool, you want to give them some inspo, feel free to. Players that are watching cannot give themselves inspiration, and players can have a maximum of 5 inspiration points before they're at their max. If you gift it to somebody and they're already at their cap, then you can have your channel points refunded, or you can gift it to somebody else. It's up to you. You can also give them to NPCs that are on the player's side. There are fucking many to choose from, because I have a problem. But anyway, we take a break around 7 PM, which is about 1 AM. And we do that for about 30 minutes just to get some food and do the things that we need to. And lastly, like it says in the pinned message, as I'm the DM, I don't really look at chat. Check it out in the beginning and at the end, but otherwise, if things pop up, then I normally address it during the break. So yeah, things that make sounds like follows, alerts, subs, raids, all of that stuff, all of those are turned off. So I do very much appreciate it. I just really want to focus on running the game for the peeps. So, with that in mind, I need to change my background light. Let's jump in with everybody. Hey y'all. Oh, my Discord is apparently not connected to my headset. Here we go. You probably just heard a double echo of EC. That's fine.
Everyone loves me. All the echoes are great. Just have me on a constant loop.
Let's go. I dig your earrings. Fuck yes.
Mossy was asking about them, and finally, like a while ago, I finally put a like on the picture, so it reminded me that, yeah, it's time to wear them. Also, because I like one's dark and one's light, I realized my hair match list goes with them good as well.
Yes! We love this. It's fucking fantastic. Hell yeah. So, I believe that is everybody. But we'll start with our pre-session character question, which is, how impulsive is your character? Let me grab a d6. We'll start with Amora and Silver.
Ah, damn, there's 2 of them, fuck.
Haha.
Amora would be. Especially if, like, there's a child or animal in danger. Silver would probably be a bit more reserved, but it's still like, yeah, let's just do it.
Okay.
Like, putting a man in prison.
Yeah, in a light box. Hell yeah. And what about Rock? You are muted. We cannot hear you, friend.
Normally, Rourke is not very.
Rock is mute today.
No.
Nope.
Love it when stuff cooperates.
It helps if you push the red button so it becomes green.
Ah, there we go. That's
Yep.
the one.
Yep. Impulsive, Rourke, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Whether it's, creepy skull, cursed weapon, jar of pickles. Yes.
Yeah. Alright. Fair. And what about Kaba?
I would say on the big things, no. On the little things, extraordinarily.
Love it.
And also a lot more impulsive if it involves the other two.
Alright.
Or any of the rest of that party, really.
Nice.
Arvid is extraordinarily impulsive.
Are they? Nice. Very good to know. I mean, they're a rift jumper. I would imagine so.
They've made their entire life about jumping into random portals to God knows where. Of course they're impulsive.
Yeah, that checks out a lot more, actually.
Imagine Torvik is not.
Yeah, what about Torvik, actually?
Oh yeah, much less. Like, he will absolutely think things through. He will tell people, "Don't touch the thing. Just don't touch the thing.
Yep.
Move away from the thing."
Mm-hmm. Fair.
But then he'll also just do weird stuff to annoy unwanted house guests,
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
which is thought through.
Mm-hmm. True. Hell yeah. River, it'll be thought through unless it's involving danger. Well, okay. If Rook or Cliff get themselves in danger, she will not think about it whatsoever. She'll jump in. Otherwise, not too impulsive. She does kind of need to be the one with the head screwed on, considering who her party is. Cliff, through and through. There's not much thought behind those eyes. Yeah. I guess, is there anyone else that you want this answered for? That I can randomly go off? Of the many NPCs on your side?
They could just and through, not involving the information we have now, but as we knew them when we were fighting with previously.
Ooh.
Like, because I get the feeling they're kind of quite opposite.
Oh, incredibly. Yep. Through impulsive. So impulsive. Often.
Great to see in an archmage.
Absolutely. So comforting. And Aegis, not very impulsive. No. has to think things through, has to have many reasons as to why something is done, and to why something should be done, to be convinced of doing something.
What about Donna?
It depends. If it's something that he's very excited about, like something that intrigues him so much so that he's just like, I want to know what happens right the fuck now, he'll just do it.
I imagine that involves cursed pendants.
Can't imagine why.
Or magical sandwiches.
Yeah.
Everyone's excited about magical sandwiches.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah. Magical sandwiches sounds like a great time.
Mm-hmm. Could go for a magical sandwich right now. Bread's good.
That's good.
But otherwise, he'll think things through, and often has to weigh up certain things depending on who can be affected. Depending on what it has to do with. Very circumstantial. But I'd say at least 70% of the time, impulsive. Again, great to see in an Archmage.
What about Mama Phasor before she disappeared? It's like she didn't have a lot of reach or power to do stuff, but
Ooh.
she did kind of just rope in Torvik out of nowhere.
You
Can't
know
really
what?
tell which side she'd be on.
I would say she would be.
Where do you think they got it from?
Yeah, I think that's very fun to think of, where it's like she again would get excited about something and then just go and do it. Would be
Probably explains all the baking.
yeah. Would also try to like tell people that limit your impulsiveness. It's not a good idea to, you know, just jump into things, whereas she'll see something and just be like, oh. So, yeah. Voice of reason without following much of it herself.
R.I.P. the best mother that never existed.
Yeah. Otherwise, session 84, 16th of Drift Peak, 999Z. The errant group of members returns. Everybody is finally back together, and a torch on dark machinations and plans. Did I say that right?
Machinations?
I thought that's what that was said. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And gastronomical thievery. I like that a lot.
I'm constantly excited to use that word currently.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Kev.
Astronomical?
Welcome.
In just the wrong places, yes.
It's fucking fantastic. An incredibly well-placed nat 20 in a kitchen, and then just a lot of things found out about Aegis.
About Aegis, how could you?
Anyway. You guys are currently in Moorstone. I believe you are just about to have your long rest because it's quite late in the night. You got some information back from Sharaska about the reliquaries. And now that it's so late at night, I would say it's probably nearing like midnight now. What did you do? Did you do something in chat? Yep. Like fake. God fucking damn it. I have chat covered, okay? I can't see these things.
I mean, you can just tell what's going on by the reactions from these two, I think.
That's a very good point, actually. Never
Someone
put it.
said something.
Yeah, never put it past the twins, huh? um, so now that you've got that little bit of info about Tor and Ankh, everyone's kind of trying to decide what they can do next. Before everyone's very much getting tired. The day is finally winding down. You've all had done quite a fair bit today. Everyone goes off into their rooms to rest for the evening. Well, rooms, I should say. Sharaska does say that you can all stay in her room on bedrolls on the floor and things like that.
Sleepover.
Absolutely. Otherwise, the collective, like, sleeping area is in the, like, sheltered, where would it be? It's probably in, like, a mess hall that they've cleared out to be just, like, a large area with bedrolls laid out everywhere. So that's where a lot of the people are resting. It's up to you where you go. A lot of people are opting to stay in here.
Silver would
Mhm.
probably turn into a threesome
Mhm.
to like have more room.
Fair enough. Cool. River lays out a bedroll and then just kind of looks around the room. Should we do watches? I know we're pretty skeptical of Aegis. Is that a good idea, you think?
Probably. We do have something important to look after at the moment as well.
Okay. I'm keen to take first watch. But offers to stay up with her.
We'll put up an alarm before everyone actually settles down.
Tooting. Mainly crossing the doorway and the windows. You kind of go around the room and do that. Easy enough. And who wants to do the next watch?
More.
So you
She's gonna sleep for long enough.
trying to remember all the people that are currently in this room right now.
So many.
I think, not including you guys, it's them. I forgot though.
Imagine
Yeah.
Torvik and Lychee have already got beds they have been inhabiting, though they could choose to stay if they wanted.
Now that another member of Lychee's party is actually present, Lychee's probably going to be hanging nearby Merlin so they can figure out their next plans. And it is up to Torvik what he wants to do.
He would probably hang out, and then eventually just kind of wander off to bed.
Cool. See this?
Sleepover.
so I guess we have Bo, who is Mora, and Merlin will go with you. Who's on third watch? Let's say Leaf would pipe up.
We'll hang out with
Or
Leaf
could
for the
take it.
time. Or that.
Everybody's
not picky.
third watch.
Cheers.
But it's most likely to happen.
Cool. And we can go Kava. You can hang out with Shiraska. She'll wake up early. And go with everybody.
Silver will probably wake up like halfway through
Yeah.
the watches, and we'll just hang out.
Cool. No problem.
Oh shit.
Elf shit. True. Shiraska is also an elf, so she'll be awake for a while. But yeah. Everybody goes off to bed. Riv and Bo take that first watch. Nothing much happens. They're all just hanging out.
Is Garrick still around, or was it like he's gone back to Cube Prison?
I'm pretty sure he went back to Cube Prison because you guys were in and out of the room, and you didn't want to have to leave him by himself or drag him around.
Yeah, that's well, you probably don't want to drag him around with us.
Yeah. Perception. And perception.
An 11. Jesus.
Yeah. What's it called?
Rogue shit?
Ranger shit.
Yes.
So, River is distracted, TM. Mostly keeping an eye on probably what Silver's doing, now that she is aware of, the bird that is currently inhabiting her.
That sounds so weird.
It sounds so weird. I love that I put it like that.
She's honestly just like curled up at someone's feet.
Yeah. You curled up in like the bottom
That's
corner
it.
of the bed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shiraska's still like giving Amora the bed. So Shiraska
She's
just pulled
slept
it.
long enough.
Yeah. Shiraska just like pulled out a bedroll and was like, she's fine anywhere. She doesn't really care. Eventually, the watch passes and Amora, you get woken up. Bo goes and wakes up Merlin, who's sleeping like... The bed's like there, he's like next to the bed. River then kicks you out of the bed, Amora, and crawls into bed. And Bo joins her. And they just sleep. In the bed. So can I get a perception check from you, Amora?
Oh my god, I just can't. So, am I doing perception?
Perception.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. Merlin's trying to take in the surroundings every now and again, is like going to the window, keeping an eye out that way, seeing what's out there. Amora, it's been a while since you've opened your eyes, so you're kind of just sitting at the edge of the bed, looking around the room, and you just see the Tressum, and you're like, ooh. And- yeah, yeah.
It's like, Oh, can I turn into one of those?
So you're keeping an eye out, more specifically an ear out towards the door, but are very much getting distracted by the transom.
Oh, kitty.
Yeah. Merlin, who's keeping an eye outside, is just kind of looking out over the expanse of Moorstone, and can see just the mass of people that are out there that are just kind of every now and again moving. A lot of them are just dropping due to pure exhaustion. So Merlin's just taking a look out over that. These people have been awake for a long time without any kind of fix, and it is starting to wane on them. Otherwise, not much you guys see.
Just a cat.
Just cat.
Yep, just a cat.
You guys wake up the next couple of people. Merlin goes to wake up Leaf, you go to wake up Rock. Amori, you can, like, shove River over to get back into the bed if you want.
No, I'm just gonna lie on top of her.
That's fair. You starfish.
Mm-hmm.
River just kind of rolls over, tries to make room for you, and then just deals with it. It'll be at this point that Silver wakes up. Less so from the fact of just like, oh, my rest is done. It's been 4 hours. River accidentally kicks her off the bed when she gets starfished on. Yep. So, Leaf, Rock, and Silver, can you make perception checks? Jesus, Leaf.
Oh my god, let's go!
Nice!
I'm so perceptive.
So perceptive.
I'm so perceptive, I perceive myself and I'm like, what am I? What does it mean to be radiant?
Leaf is the only one that actually notices anything, because Silver's just sitting there breaking her own fourth wall.
Exactly. Yeah. Rock, there's been a lot going on. Your sister's finally back. Every now and again she'll, like, end up flopping over and laying on her back, and you kind of have to do a double take. It's like, is she breathing? Okay, no, she's good.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, everything is quiet. Again, trying to keep an eye out on the direction of the door. You don't seem to catch anything.
At some point, he'll probably go over and like try to gently slide River over to the side.
Yep. Fair enough.
God.
Tuck them both in.
Aww. Leaf is doing a similar thing to what Merlin was doing and is having a look out that way. And Silver and Rourke, you would just hear Leaf murmur, I feel like we have to do something soon, but I'm not sure what. We can't go through with Aegis' plan, but all those people out there. Do you think we could get the sect involved? I mean, druids can cast radiance magic. They're not clerics, but it's still healing, even if we can't get the actual council involved. There's still an extra abundance of magic. Isn't that worth a shot, even without a conduit?
It's also if they can. They've got a lot going on in the Feywilds.
Whatever happened to those other people? Miss Leaf is looking to Rourke when they say this. The ones that you all met up with, that were the altars of gods as well. How many of them are left?
Oh,
So
I mean, there's a few.
can I remember? Where are they? Actually,
2 or 3.
There's at least 2.
there's 3. So there's Annabella, the Furbolg noble, who is...
Oh yeah, that one. That one. Yeah, that one.
That one was
Murdered.
Zinnia. Yep, that one was Zinnia. So Life, Oshras, who is the Dragonborn warlock, who was Mariana, the Waters, and Emerald, who was the Yonti cleric.
Oh, yes, Snake
who
Man.
was Ezra, Nature. So those are the only 3 of the 5 that are left.
Maybe wouldn't Annabella be around? No, or was she not from here?
She was from here.
Yeah. That's me just thinking out loud.
That's fair. That would probably be more Amora thoughts than Silver thoughts. So
Yeah.
that's absolutely
just me
something.
thinking out loud.
Yeah.
I mean, Amora would definitely remember that one.
Mm-hmm. From the place that the ball was held at, Rock, it was at the place that's marked Arazath Castle. Because it was... Actually, no, was it? No, it would have been held here. Yeah. Yeah, it was held at the castle that you're at. But you have not seen a single Furbolg.
Trauma.
Or noble Furbolg, I should say. They've been Furbolgs.
There's at least
I
one.
mean, yeah,
mother
it might be worth trying to get a hold of them.
Were any of them healers?
Well, Emerin was a druid.
Annabella would have been able to heal as well. She was a paladin. No, she's a cleric.
Cleric crime.
What if we cast a really
I mean,
high...
I don't really know how to get a hold of them.
No, true.
You want to put all of them to sleep?
Maybe we can isolate them. In somewhere.
I mean, most of them are Ominous.
Yes.
So it would probably be relatively easy if you had enough people.
I would think so. Where would you put them? And what would you do after that when they wake up? And Leaf kind of like sits on the ground and starts just like thinking.
If only you had an arena.
Oh, there is an arena here.
You could put them in the arena. Lure them to the arena. Oh, there is an arena here.
There is an arena here. Rock is aware of this too.
We're gonna be
Forgot
like,
about that.
I mean, yeah, there is one.
Maybe that's something that we try, because then all of the casters can stand in like the stands, and maybe instead of a conduit person, I mean, warding spells work. We can try and organize like a ward on the ground so that when there's a specific trigger, which is maybe us casting, it can expand.
So like a giant sigil.
Yes.
Does this arena come with its own enchantments?
Brooke, you would definitely imagine yes, considering it would shimmer closed and close off outside view, as well as spells not being able to go through to the people in the stands.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of them do, because you don't want the crowd getting hurt with flashback stuff.
Oh.
They could like kind of have this bubble that came up.
Did you pass into it?
Maybe we can.
I don't think so, but I think you can like control like how closed it is.
And find one of the arena runners. It is normally a person that talks, right? Hypes the crowd up.
Mm-hmm. You can leave like a little window open.
This is a brilliant idea.
Oh, I'm glad. Leaf's face just normally like orangey yellow. You see like a red kind of tint go across their cheeks. Leaf is a sweetie.
Maybe this is me.
So you guys talk about your plan while you're kind of discussing options and things like that. Silver, with your natural 20, you're distracted by your existence, by the conversation. You hear a creak in floorboards outside the door. You hear very slowly the sound of like metal clanking, very small, as the lock slowly starts to turn.
Can I just like look at the others, go shh, and then like, what can I turn into? I mean, look at animals I could turn into. Can I just turn into like a? How much space do I have where I won't be stepping on it?
Oh, it's a fairly spacious room.
Can I just turn into like a giant wolf and just stand at the door?
Sure. You can turn into a dire wolf and just go and like plop yourself at the door.
Yeah.
Cover. You are woken up by the sound of your alarm spell going off.
Sit up abruptly and look over at the giant wolf.
Yeah.
What? And then look towards Rourke, who doesn't seem to be panicking about wolves, so that's not the alarm problem.
Yeah.
And I guess he'll watch what happens from where he is for now.
Mm-hmm.
Probably look at the window to make sure that's fine too.
Yeah, looking over at the window, Leaf has just kind of backed himself against the wall and is standing next to it. Just gives you a motion that like everything is fine on that side. Your party members can't trigger off the alarm itself anyway, so you hear.
Can I wait for them to like open the door and then just kind of like jump on them?
Sure.
Yes.
You hear the sound of the lock turn as it clicks unlocked. What does your wild shape look like? More specifically, wild shape would have a sound, right?
Does it? Does
I'm
wild shape
asking.
have a sound?
I feel like it's still casting something because you're morphing. There's gonna be the sound of something happening, I'd imagine.
But then it's really hard when you're higher level because like you can cast off outlet. I think.
Yeah. So how does it word anything differently for higher level?
I don't know. Dread.
Let me see.
I just know that you can cast stuff without like verbal somatic opponents.
Okay, that's good
in
to know.
and out. I think it's in and out of wild shape.
Are you more getting it like a rush of air or
I feel
twinkles
like-
or something as the actual transformation happens?
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, everyone's magic has like an aura or like well, yeah, like something that happens. You can do all of that subtly,
Yeah, like, I
which
feel
cancels that part out. But I feel like
like
with
because
sorry,
just because of like what she is
Mhm.
and how old she probably is, she's probably learned to do it very quietly.
Okay,
If that makes sense.
that makes sense.
Okay.
In that case,
I've learned something over the years, you
oh,
know?
absolutely. I feel like this is really mean. Cover, can I get you to roll a stealth check for sitting up abruptly? You have a massive shell on the ground.
I have inspiration to burn. I'm going to use one.
Go for it. You don't have to wear armor, so
I mean, he does have an awkwardly huge
yeah.
shell
Mhm.
with him at all times.
Yeah. That won't give you a disadvantage, though. That's not that mean. But you do hear as soon as like the lock itself, like the latch does lift, so that the door is properly unlocked now. There's a very extended pause as the person behind the door seems to just be waiting. The look itself sound like resonates within the room because you're all being very quiet. You're watching the shadows underneath the door, Silver. The shadow itself doesn't move for a bit before you hear the metal scraping again as the lock moves again. Clicks. It's removed. And you see the shadow start to move away.
Wait, they've locked our door again?
They did lock it and move away.
Can I
Mhm.
transform into a fly? Go under the door and see who it is.
Mister, you could transform into like a mouse. Because I think...
Something small.
Because I think you...
Whenever I think small, I just go really small, okay?
That's incredibly fair, but I think the lowest is like tiny. And I don't actually know if you can even turn into bugs.
Oh well, I did it once.
Anyway.
I'm just breaking the laws of the material plane, it's fine.
It's fine. I also can't be bothered looking at it properly, so I'm just gonna be like, we'll change it to mouse at least.
It's a deity thing.
You are able to like pop under the door and look out and up. You see it's the Knight Commander. How long do you watch him?
Is he like staying or is he going?
He's walking away.
Leafs? Do I know that Leaf's a druid?
Yeah, the Leaf did say that
Pretty
they were
sure
druid.
I'm just checking that I am telepathic, but I'm pretty sure I am.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Can I just send a message to Leaf and be like, it's the Knight Commander. Can you turn into something and come with me?
Leaf is level 10. Be able to turn into like a mouse as well. Just like before they step forward to Kaba and Rourke just kind of, I'm gonna go with Silver. It was the Knight Commander. Be back soon. Mouse and just scuttle off. Silver, as you're like peeking through the door, you feel a little nudge next to you. It's just eep.
Or Leaf when he was like, let's go. Because they can't talk back.
Yeah, Leaf doesn't know what's happening. It's just like eep.
Like, oh, he's in my head now. What the fuck?
Yeah, doesn't get a question. It just goes with you. You follow behind the Leaf Commander.
So you shouldn't have called Leaf then.
I know, right? The commander, and follow him back to Aegis' office. Where you see the spell drop. It is Aegis.
I'm just gonna be like, telepath to Leaf. Yeah, let's leave. I'm not getting caught in a 2v1.
That's fair. The level 20
Hey, no,
deity
just leave.
druid. Okay, so
Aegis is something,
that's fair.
and we're not sure exactly what. Oh wait, no, I've got like all my spells, so I'd probably be fine.
As a reference, Leaf is half your level.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We don't want anyone dying.
Leaf just gives a nod as you rush back to the room. Pop under the door. While they were off following the Knight Commander, Rourke and Kaba, you two were left alone in the room. Are you going to wake anybody else up? Are you going to stay just you two? What are you thinking?
Rourke would probably move to the door.
Mhm.
Just to the side so we can keep an ear out.
Cool.
In case anything unwanted tries to come in.
Arbor will probably try and position himself like in the middle of as many people as possible, but also where he can sort of keep an eye on the window and Rourke. So if Rourke or something else happens, you can wake as many people as possible at once.
Awesome. You kind of position yourself like near one of the end like bed posts, so you can have line of sight between like quite a few places. There's like 3 people on the bed, and then like another 2 at your feet, so you can kind of splay out, kick and shove people if you need to.
I was great at acrobatics.
Absolutely.
Not.
God, just Kaba cannonballing onto the bed, shell first. Jesus. Eventually, Silver and Leaf duck back in through the bottom of the door, both shifting back into themselves. Wow. I hope I can be as cool of a druid as you are someday, Silver. That was cool. I can't even like cast spells and talk in my wild shape. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, they're talking something different.
Oh. It was Aegis.
It has magic.
Shraska, who wakes up, she is an elf, so she's at the end of her long rest, but slept in a little bit for reasons.
She was tired.
Yeah. She is an elf. She has innate magic, so you'd probably be able to use scrolls. That's what Silver hears in her head.
But why? Why come up here? Especially as the Knight Commander.
Probably would have been less suspicious if, the Knight Commander comes to Sharaska's room, Leaf says.
How's it less suspicious?
They work together.
Oh,
Yeah,
that would be less suspicious.
Sharaska does say in your head, the Knight Commander is technically my commanding officer. The position higher than me.
Yeah. Would be a bit weird that they're visiting you and they're not.
That is
And
true.
unlocking your door.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then relocking your door.
Perhaps we do keep this up for the next a while. Staying in here and keeping watch on the door.
She wants something or someone. I assume in this room.
Even more concerning because we still need to go back and get. Well, we still should go back and get those other black goop jars. But if she's already aware that someone in this room tampered with her room.
Or she put a spell on the jar. Track it.
She also is very aware of my dislike of her. All of you do hear in your heads. Shraska kind of sends that out to all of you. I imagine with me being suddenly so close with all of the newcomers here, as well as you, Silver, a very key part in her plan. She's probably not very fond of me.
And she was expecting you to be alone.
That would be my suspicion. maybe we can see with Torvik if she did check out in the mess hall. Because if she went out there to see if everyone was there, she would definitely assume everyone's in here.
So worry about what she may have overheard. If she heard Leaf's plan, she may try and stop it.
You'll be awake for the next while. Oh, sorry. You're an elf, she knows this. It would be odd for me to not leave my room after my trance is finished. Perhaps, Silver, you could come with me in my pocket in some way, and I can start to roam about and we'll see if she comes back. Kava, this does mean you'd have to wake up somebody else to aid you in your last watch.
It's alright. He'll start sort of looking around with scraping his chin. Who should he kick out this time?
Cliff.
But at least with that in mind...
I think Cliff's the obvious choice, but like I think Dolga might be the funnier one.
That's also true. Yes. That way we can find out if she did overhear something, what she might be doing, or if it was perhaps the fact that she was after somebody else. If she thinks I'm by myself, she could just follow me. If she comes back here, it's definitely an inclination that something else is going on.
What do you feel about snakes?
Not against them.
I promise I don't bite.
Fuck it. I wouldn't mind if you did. That only gets sent to you.
She hears back, well, you might, because I plan on turning into a poisonous one.
Traska just stands up.
I want to hide up his sleeve.
Cool. You just kind of curl around her arm. Rolls down his sleeve.
In case Ece just tries to grab him, like, poison.
Absolutely. Go. You do so. Sharaska unlocks the door and leaves the room. Leaf and Rock, you can lay down to get the rest of your sleep. Kaba, you can wake up.
Take Cliff away.
Okay.
I mean, Dolga would be funny, but Cliff is probably more useful.
Fair. Cliff kind of shakes awake and ruffles his feathers a bit. I can sleep on my
Thank
wing
you.
funny.
Thank you for volunteering for the fourth shift.
Did I do that?
There was a vacancy.
Oh,
Yeah, you did.
I had a promotion.
It was a... Well, yeah, definitely a promotion. It's a good thing. It's a very good thing. Probably bullshit him for another 5 minutes before actually telling him what's going on.
Cool. He's just excited that he, sleepily excited. He yawns a fair few times before, like, standing up, wiggling out his feathers and all that. Being giddy that he got a little promotion. He doesn't understand what that means. And then you fill him in on everything that happened. Okay. Cliff will position himself by the door Are you recasting alarm around the door?
Yeah.
Cool, you do so.
It's probably sort of already doing that as Cliff is slowly waking up and still putting out the nonsense.
Cool.
Because he's ritual casting it, so 10 minutes.
Okay. Cool. Cliff's keeping an ear to the door while you do so. Not very well. Can I get you to make a perception check, Carbo, after your alarmage?
It's that damn one.
Mm-hmm.
I still have inspiration. Let's use another one. Okay, cool.
Double sevens.
Why did I wake Cliff up?
The two of you just end up like standing by the door, and Cliff is kind of like, but you're not actually putting a bell down, so how do you hear the bell ding if somebody crosses it?
Well, you remember how, I'm not sure if we described it all to you, how the whole Bobney thing in the Feywild sort of gave me a body made up of different things. See, there's an actual bell in the middle of my head now.
Oh.
And it's sort of magically linked to that bell. Like a magical tripwire.
Is that why I found a pebble in between my toes? Was that you? Are you
No,
the pebble in my toe?
Not this time. Not made up of pebbles.
Oh.
Well, it depends. Did the pebble have magical markings on?
He like puts his foot up. He's standing and just like puts his
This
foot
is why
up.
he's
and
not
like...
noticing anything.
Exactly. The two of you having that conversation, directly by the door. Cool. Meanwhile, Shraska and Silver head out into the main like dining hall. Excuse me. A few people are awake. Majority of them are elves. A couple of other people who have been like rotational guards, keeping an eye out on the people that are staying here, and things like that. Kitchen staff as well, getting some meals ready for everybody that's staying here currently. Shraska goes and grabs like coffee, and then kind of like wanders and goes and does a check-in with the night commander. Their conversation is very like idle. You can see, or you can feel actually, by the way that she is kind of like moving her hands, that she is doing some like detecting magic, especially when she approaches the Night Commander. As she starts to like converse with him, it gets a lot more like laid back. So there's definitely a sense of, okay, she's detected that this is actually him, so she can go into, okay, I need to fill my boss in on things that I've been doing. Before she goes back into the main mess hall and kind of does like a wander around. How early of a riser is Torvik?
Pretty early.
Mm-hmm.
He's old.
Okay. There are a lot of other people in this space. How heavy of a sleeper do you think Torvik is? It had been a day.
He probably sleeps pretty soundly and snores pretty loudly.
Sick. Okay. In that case, don't worry about it. You wake up and you can see Shraska kind of like wandering by. Get up, get your coffee, all of that stuff. Do as much of your normal routine.
Hey.
Yeah.
Torbeck would also cast alarm on his door.
So the like the mess hall area is like a very large open area that everyone just kind of has like bedrolls.
Okay, so he's got. Okay.
Yeah, so you can cast it like around your space, that's for sure.
Yeah,
So it is.
he would do that.
You do notice a few other people doing that as well, so you don't feel weird, like whatsoever. You didn't get woken up by the ding, so nobody stepped into your space. Would there have been anything else that you think Torvik would have tried to set up, knowing things?
He just being him.
Mhm.
He would put like a salt circle
Yeah.
around his bedroll, and like a circle of like iron filings
Yep.
around that.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. Incredibly fair.
Mm-hmm.
You do get... and you, like, stand up to start getting into your day. You can see there is, like, a little kid that's, like, sitting there that's, like, to the salt. It looks up at you. Sprints off.
If you want some, just ask. Just, just do not break the circle, child.
Child really like sprinting, jumping over bedrolls. Ducks back into theirs. Shiraska does approach you. You hear in your head. Good morning, Torvik. I hope you slept well.
As well as these bones allow.
That's fair. Did you happen to notice...
How are you?
Sorry. Good. It's been an eventful morning, I shall say.
Was there trouble?
We had a visitor. They did not enter the room. It's undecided what their... Why can I not think of the word?
Intentions?
Thank you. What their intentions were.
You know who this visitor was?
Aegis disguised as the Knight Commander.
Hmm.
What are you thinking?
Torvik will just hear in his head. Maybe she just wanted to be a knight in shining armor.
Somehow I do not think she was coming for the sleepover.
Shiraska, who's like folding her arms, just kind of like rolls down her sleeve and you just see a little head poke out. A little tongue blip. I don't imagine so either.
Is that normal for your arm there?
It's silver.
You haven't. Okay, you haven't been to any outer planes then. Good.
She hasn't invited me.
Maybe.
I mean, I'd have to tone it down. I wouldn't want to blind you.
I already don't have a voice.
Hmm?
I already don't have a voice. Did you happen to notice anything during your rest here the previous night?
No.
you wouldn't mind keeping an eye out, I'm aware that you have capabilities of detecting undead. If there is any further options.
Well as other types of creatures, yes.
Mhm.
Dead, fey, fiend, demons, celestials.
If anything does catch your attention, please do inform me.
Certainly. Maybe I will just go for a wander, look at things.
You're more than welcome to. Good day, Dorvik.
Good day, lady who talks in my head.
Jaraska will leave. Eventually wanders around for a while and ends up back in the room. I'll do a check-in with Torvik a bit later on to see what his wanderings can be, so you can have a think about what spells and things that you want to use, or abilities. Paladin stuff. For the moment, Traska does go back to her room. Amongst the talking or conversation that Kaba and Cliff are having, there is a very faint knock on the door. Traska does unlock her own door. The alarm spell doesn't go off because it's Traska. She does enter though, just to not startle you all. You both, sorry. This would be about the time that everyone would start properly waking up and stretching out to get ready for the day. Did we want to discuss this plan that Leaf had? Chiraska says to Silver.
I think we should. It is a very good plan.
Right. Everybody wakes up. Collect in the room itself. I do have things that I need to attend to, so I will not be a part of this conversation. If you wouldn't mind filling me in later, Silver, I can try and figure out if there is any further input that I can have for the plan that you have. But I trust you all. And Sharaska will leave. She will lock the door again behind her. Bo positions herself by the door and sits there kind of keeping her ear to it while everybody kind of sits down to have the conversation. And I realize that this is not the vibe. Do I go with that one? Sure. The idea that I had was around the arena, actually. And Leaf goes to explain, using the ward and things like that, the potential of either putting the commoners to sleep or to lure them in some way. You can use either a symbol spell or a glyph, and try and use something that can have an area of effect and use those combined. And perhaps, if we can't get all of the commoners, perhaps we do this in small bursts. That way we can, we don't have to cover such a large area. We can do maybe a small group at a time. Small group being maybe 20 to 30 commoners at a time. Because with what Eke just had been describing, the only resort was the largest scale possible. It didn't come through what you said, Brooke.
Well, that's because I'm simply not.
Okay.
Just trying to figure out who has mass heal.
You'd be able to get it. I think you'd be the only person that can get mass heal.
Clerics. But it's 9th level.
Exactly. Oh wait, druid can't get mass heal? Oh! Okay, shit.
Apparently not.
Well, damn.
I don't think so. Like, his level 21.
I mean, clerics
Nope,
can get...
literally just cleric.
Yeah, clerics can get mass cure wounds, which is 5th level.
Yeah,
you
mass heal is 9th.
And that is the spell Mass Cure Wounds that Leaf does use as a reference. So I think Leaf has it. Yeah. I mean, it's a 30-foot radius sphere that would get a decent amount of people. And even with that radius, if we choose to do that, or even perhaps to do something like, perhaps a liquid form, and then maybe it, like, rains on the commoners, and, well, rain is absorbed through the skin through contact, and that could also be useful. Give them a nice healing shower. That's Leaf's idea.
Certainly sounds reasonable.
I mean, hey, like you sitting up on like one of the dressers, kicking her legs. It's only a 5th tier, so if it doesn't work, we can just try it again with less people. We can just try what we think the max would be and slowly like section them off. I don't know. Figure out what the range is, because at least with, I'd assume most of the people here, we can cast 5th tier. There's multiple noddings across the room of the healers.
I wonder if calm emotions would also help with that at all.
I would say so. It would stop them from attacking each other, because I believe when Torvik and Lychee went out, I think you used calm emotions on them, and that seemed to cool them off, and you were able to lure them away a lot easier.
Yeah, we used something I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it was calm emotions and then find greater steed, so it was both castings from Torvik.
He might have used protection from evil and good. He doesn't have calm emotions.
There's a Lychee that has calm emotions. I had Leafs open, and I was like, oh yeah, Leaf was the... Yeah, sorry, it was Lychee that cast that.
Okay.
I had the wrong person open. It happens when you have 9 character sheets open.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, like she would mention that to everybody as well, that she used calm emotions and that seemed to help. a few other people would be able to get that spell as well. So
What about Aura of Purity? I think I have it on a mark sheet.
yeah, Lecce has it.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
the worst
Torvik's
one.
got that. Do they have to be? It's got to be non-hostile. But...
Yeah, but if you could calm them
Right.
and then do that, might what?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's against being like poisoned, and I guess be poisoned.
Can't become diseased, resistance to poison damage, advantage on saving throws against effects that cause blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned, stunned.
Yeah. I mean, hey, we can bring like a few of them into the arena and then just give shit a go. We've got the stuff at our disposal, why not give it a shot? It won't hurt to find out what works. And if it doesn't work, it's not like it's gonna kill them. They're already dying out there. At least we're trying something instead of waiting around for whatever the fuck Aegis is doing. Because it does make sense that this stuff is like a disease and poison and all that stuff. There's plenty of magic that gets rid of that shit. So, of the people that can cast these things would be Torvik,
Which
Amora,
ones?
Silva, Lich. Just like healing options, I'd say. I'm just trying to work out how many there'd be. So, Silva, Amora, Torvik, Lychee, Leaf, Merlin. Bo has some? But it's not to the same level because she's a ranger, so it's all very lower level. And Sharaska's a sorcerer. Do you think that Kaba would have anything in this kind of vein to aid in this kind of stuff?
Not really. I've been looking through it. The only thing is sanguine recovery, really, which is not great in its current state.
Okay.
Or life insurance, also not a great idea.
Not a great idea in this state, yeah.
It's also the fact that like a couple of these are concentration spells, so like one person would have to cast, like probably focus on one of them, and another person would have to focus on another one.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say there's 5.5 of you. Bo counts as a half. Sorry, 6.5 of you. 6.5, yeah. So there's definitely plenty of options. And then it would be keeping those casters at the arena to getting that stuff set up, and everyone else doing the corralling or the dragging if you are intending to use sleep. So Leaf would say, depending on which option we go with, trying to corral them towards the arena could be harmful to those that we send out there. They're very aggressive.
At least for the testing, sleep is probably the better option. And once you know if you can do mass crowds, then you could do the corralling thing.
And multiple of you are strong enough to carry a few people, so... That would at least get everybody involved.
Who not in the healing crowd can cast sleep? I think there's a big overlap. Carbs still can't cast that either.
Can you talk in wisp cloud form?
I wouldn't think so. Sure, Oscar has it. But also, Bo would say, I mean, we can get scrolls. So if we can get our hands on them, then anybody that can cast a magic can use the scroll itself. Which I believe is multiple of us, even those that have strength. And again, they are commoners. It would only really need to be on first tier. There's enough of us trying it. I forgot that Dolgo was a caster. Can Dolgo do the thing that I think he can do? Oh god. No. It is literally just wizards that can do that. If we do get you a scroll, Kaba, then you'd be able to write it in your spellbook.
Yep, quite happily.
You should be able
I mean,
to get...
I do actually have spare materials to do exactly that.
So then maybe a couple of us go out on a quick scouting mission into Moorstone and try and snag some.
And maybe scouts could look around for a good set of places to do the sleep capturing, and maybe other places where corralling would be a better plan. Maybe if there's alleys that need blocking, or just the general area as well.
Sounds like a good plan. Cliff looks to Merlin. I mean, the two of us have wings. We'd be able to fly overhead while people are on the ground. So then we've got a on the ground and a aerial view. Merlin nods. And I'd imagine that Bo and I would be the ones sneaking. If anybody else does want to come with us, just make sure you don't blow our cover.
Guarantee I wouldn't blow cover. I won't come.
Do you think we should do all of this here? Or maybe start this at the arena? Because if we can get there, there is no need to, well, try to be so cautious. We can use that as our base of operations. Silver, you have a way of transporting multiple people in a gaseous form, correct?
Yes.
Perhaps those of us that aren't doing scouting or trying to get items head over to the arena, and then you can start seeing what your options are. So I believe at the moment, Bo and River are going to do ground scouting to get items in Merstone magic shops, while Merlin and Cliff cover them from the sky because they can both fly. Which leaves Lechi, Dolga, Leaf, Rourke, Amora, Kaba, and Silver to go to the arena to do setup stuff.
How many people's there?
7.
Oh, that's sounds good.
Yeah. Okay, so if that's what we're doing, when are we starting this?
Do we also want, well, the rest of Sharaska should probably maintain some sort of presence here, while the rest of us are doing a lot of the preparation work, so that Eke just doesn't get too suspicious. Every now and then can help, but coming back every now and then.
I'd say that would be a good idea. I think most of us have at least sending. Leaf looks across at everybody. I think Sharaska staying here would probably be for the best. We can fill her in when we come back in the evenings, and can go from there at least. But for the time being, I think we have this covered.
So I reckon we leave to do this after breakfast.
Oh, true. Multiple versions of yay food. I'm gonna get your appearances in the morning to go out and get some brekkie. Unless there's anything else that you wanted to discuss while you're all in the room.
No, but Amora will death ward. Was it Bo and River that are on the ground?
Mm-hmm.
And then Sharaska.
Okay.
Just because, like, Sharaska's gonna be on their own.
Very fair.
Orbeck would probably make his way up to the room and ask if anybody has tried to hide the jar of magic stuff from divination spells.
The answer to that is no.
Spells?
Scrying.
Can you hand me the jar for a second?
Be handed said jar.
Reach into a pouch and sprinkle a little bit of diamond dust on it, mutter some incantations. Cast non-detection.
Hell yes, very good thinking. Non-detection on goop jar. I'm giving you an inspiration for that, by the way. That's very smart thinking.
Non-detection.
Following that,
Mhm.
I reckon at the end of the day, Riverbow and Utorvik should all come back here with Sharaska if we want to grab those other jars. We're gonna need our stealth people here and you to do that again later on.
You can cast it 3 times a day. Lasts for 8 hours each casting.
Yeah.
We have plenty of diamonds.
Mm-hmm. That's for sure. Cool. You'll go and have breakfast and find somewhere. Actually, question: where are you putting the jar? Who is holding it? Is it in a bag of holding? Is it in Sharaska's room? What's up with that?
Seeing as it's just the Comet Plus stuff, we could probably just put it in one of the bags of holding. It doesn't seem as dangerous as the other black goop in that regards.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't leave it in Sharaska's room.
Mm-hmm.
It's already proven unsafe.
Mm-hmm.
So in the bag of holding, who has that?
Arbor has the bag of holding.
Get some more up.
Not sure who has what.
Pretty sure Rourke has the quiver, which has the weapons.
I think that got destroyed.
True. Okay. Who of the twins has the bag of holding in their inventory?
Did I write it down?
I think Amora took it at one point after Orc was considering trying to put a bag of holding in a bag of holding.
Fair.
Oh, I have it.
Okay, cool.
It's right there, bag of holding.
Cool. I'm gonna put Amora's name on that. Cool.
I have a magic broom. What does that do? I don't know yet.
I'm waiting for you to try that.
I forgot I had it, okay? She was gone for a while.
That's fair.
Fly.
+2 to sweeping.
Yeah. You just have to find it. I mean, not find it. Try it and find out.
I will try
Like
and find out. Right
It's
now.
like a no negative version of a Sears deal. Provides you a clean sweep when it comes to all your rolls in a combat.
I should have made her a bard.
Oh.
At least it would have been help with her rolls.
God. That was good. God fucking damn it, Ece. Are you at max inspiration?
No, I've been spending stuff.
Damn, have one.
Need to spend more now.
That's fucking great. Okay, so breakfast is had. Amora has the jar of goop in the bag of holding, and you end up meeting up with Torvik in the room. In the big eat room. I don't know what the fuck I'm trying to say. Anyway, while you're all in there, Lachi does mention I haven't been able to get a hold of Armandor. She would have been pretty helpful with all the stealth stuff. I've been able to do sending to her so she's not dead, but she's just not answering.
More would say maybe someone is blocking it. Or they might be asleep.
Armandor's an elf. It's hard to put her to sleep.
How hard would it be? Like, is it possible?
I actually don't think it's possible. I forget. Elf. I don't have Armandor's sheet, mate. That's why I can't look at it.
Can't have all the sheets made, Tyler.
Not yet. I'm working
That
on
would
it.
be for a minute.
There'd be so many. Magic can't put you to sleep. So like you would say, it's impossible.
So then something's blocking it.
What were they last doing?
They were trying to do some scouting into the Liltsy family. The one that made Comet. Trying to see where their base of operations would be. There's no one else that's as stealthy as she is, so she opted to do it by herself.
Was she giving you updates as she went? Do you have any idea where she was up to in the investigation?
Well, the last time she gave us a sending was... last time she used the sending stone. Sorry. Tyler mix up. She was... She was heading closer to the mountains and had managed to find at least some kind of trail there. But then we got indisposed and I was asleep for a while, or knocked out. Which is also when Torv and Brotherwin went missing. Which I also haven't got any sendings back from them either. I've been trying.
I could try locating. I'd probably have to be... It'd probably be better to be closer on the mountains.
I mean, it's definitely worth a shot. If we can have all of our party here, then... I mean... it gives Bow and River another backup as well. And... well, Brotherwin and Torv, we want to make sure that they're safe. There'd be another good group on the ground.
Can we minimize the group that goes to the arena to check out preparations there and send a few with Silver to attempt to find probably Armandor first and make an attempt at the other two?
Was it Silver that suggested that, or Amora?
Amora.
Okay.
I heard her voices.
You're okay. I think that'd be a good idea. It does mean one less person with trialing, but at this point we're only doing preparations, right? Okay. Who would go with you guys?
I think all the ground in air and flying scouts should stay the same for obvious reasons. If Me and Rourke went to the arena because we've got a decent actual magic knowledge and Rourke knows arenas. We can, I think between us, we should be able to get a lot of that preparation done, or at least identified. And the rest of you, if possible, to go, unless some of us have specific skills you want to help find Armandor.
I mean, my main worry is that the group of people that took us out, there were a decent amount of us, and they still knocked us clean and out for a good few days. I'm worried that if just finding them isn't going to be the end of that. What happens if you find her but you get caught and there ends up being some fighting? Especially if Armandor and Torv and Brothram manage to find themselves in a base of some kind.
Silver will say, we do have an inside source. If it is the Levicio family.
Other family, I believe.
Whichever family it was.
A little
I don't remember which one was. They might have information.
He might have something.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, also, bringing him in would be a pretty big scare tactic for him. He's high ranking. Of him showing up, or even just kind of like placing him in the foreground, if we do get caught, they'd shit themselves. Cliff says in between mouthfuls of eggs.
Are they still downstairs or are they upstairs again?
Who, sorry?
Are they all, like, for breakfast? Are they still in the room?
No, everyone is like, I imagine, I'm just gonna say Cliff brought eggs with him.
Okay. Silver will just like poof. And then...
Garrick is in the room. He can't see that, but he is aware of something else. I am in a different space.
Yes, you're out of the cube.
You only send me out of the cube if you want something. What is it?
Oh.
Help bring my eyes back.
Can't bring. Oh, I might be able to bring your eyes back.
Okay. Then we can have a conversation.
I have that.
Regenerate.
That's the wrong character sheet.
You have access to it. Merlin also has it. So does Lychee.
Silver has it. Silver has it. So yeah. Wait, which family are we asking about?
The Lilty family. So I only just realized I made them both L. I didn't realize that. The Lilty family is the lizards who make drugs. The Levicio family, which is Cliff and Garrick and all of them, they're basically like the
Sell the
underground
drugs.
lord family.
What do you know about the Lilties? Lilties.
Bunch of scumbag lizards. Leaf off in the corner just goes, ow. Not all lizards are scumbags. Better. Just those ones. They have been in the drug making industry for a very, very long time. Voice keeps on changing because I don't know what I'm doing. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. It's all good.
But they don't normally operate out of Murston. Only the Lovecchio family do.
Do they have a base in the mountains?
They could do. Probably trying to outsource. Get Comet out in as many places as they can. The Lilty family normally operates out of Carlisle, which is in Fablian, right up at the top. Right. Carlisle's the capital. The same continent the cab is from. Although different plane of, not plane, landmass.
Different.
Yeah, that one. Words.
What about the Levitios?
We live here.
Bases in the mountains?
That would be us. Depends if competent nephew has decided to sign contracts with the Lilty family and has welcomed them home. Or welcomed them into our home. If he has, then I doubt he is the most favorable person at the moment. You can see there's just pure venom as he says this.
Really don't like those lizards, do ya?
No. The Lilty family are the only ones that actively... Yeah, he would say that actually. That actively go out of their way to hurt innocent folk. Drugging them, causing them pain in ways that are irreversible through drugs.
Don't you also get those drugs out into the world?
Not ones like that. We only deal in ones that are minor.
Oh yes, because that's so much better.
Each their own.
We need to find people that have probably been taken by them. Most likely. Will you help us?
I will help you only if there is confirmation that the Lovecchio family has sided with the Lilties.
Can
if
you
they
at least
haven't?
help us with a location first to confirm that?
He just shrugs. Bravo sits up. I might be able to help with that. I can scry. If you haven't been able to do sendings on the people that are missing, They probably have the non-detection thing that Torvik did before. It'll be harder to try detection on anyone of the Lavecchio family. And River, rolls down his sleeve, and there's a massive tattoo that kind of glimmers in certain lights. All of the Lavecchios have a non-detection tattoo. That's why if you ever tried any scrying or any kind of spell like that on Cliff and I, you'd never find us. But the Lilty family, well, suffice to say, they don't give a fuck. They can try and find out. It's worth a shot at least. That way we can try and see if they are working together. We can get his help. It'll be a pretty decent upper hand. Plus, this is as Tyler. There is also things like the stuff that you did for finding out stuff about the Overseer. Those are also options if you wanted to try and find that information out quicker as well, aside from scrying. So commune and all of that kind of stuff. Because Tyler didn't swap it, so I'm going to say it's still there. Lychee still has divination, and Lychee still has legend lore. I think the other person that was doing that casting was Silver. So it depends if you still have those chosen as spells.
Currently, I don't even know how many spells I'm meant to have chosen, to be fair. But I don't think I have. They're not on here anyway.
Okay.
I know Mora has access to some of them.
Yeah. So Lychee also has a way of finding out. Divination is more specific.
Except I don't have them chosen.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have them chosen, that's why.
Okay. So event or activity or goal, would say probably Legion Law would be a better bet, which Lychee can do.
Is this for like information on the Lilties?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. In that case, let me open up a Lizard Folk name generator. I'll just go that again. I don't know how long it had been playing. Probably copyright music, but oops.
Oopsie-daisy.
It should be fine. Anyway, Lychee asks about the Lilty family. Significant lore about the thing you named. All right. So like has already been described, A Lilty family is a group of lizard folk that deals mainly in drugs out of Carlisle in Fablian. Their boss is a purple lizard folk man named Urkatesh Lilty. And I'll say who has recently made an alliance with Allah Lovecchio, current boss of the Lovecchio family. And this gives you general information about a lot of the drugs and such that they have distributed over the many years. Some of them on the more like tame side are the ones that aren't as massive as Comet has been, but are still like, oh, I've heard of people that have like managed to get their hands on that. That either killed them or fucked them up for life. Just stuff like that. And they've been a very long running family in the underground business that has just had their fingers in many pies about anything drug related. And they are all purple and green.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, I just checked. I can have 27 spells prepared, and that's like pretty much the amount of spells I have.
Alright.
Is it your druid level plus your wisdom?
I didn't know that actually. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's for druiding.
But with that information, River can then do a scrying on, more specifically, which will help, Urkatesh Lilty. Saying the name, I imagine, gives her a bit more specificity. She doesn't know them firsthand, so it does make it harder, but they have to make a save. Give me a dice, please. Yeah, there's nothing that can help that. I straight up rolled a natural one.
Can I?
So there's no saving
inspiration?
them. No, like, they rolled to save as in, like, not to not be scryed on. They rolled a 1.
Okay. I thought.
So that's good
thought,
for you guys.
I thought it was the other way.
Yeah, the target must make a wisdom saving throw.
That's fine. That's great for us.
Yeah. So
Fail those saves.
yeah, there's no saving that at all. It's a natural 1, even with River not knowing them like whatsoever. They're just fucked. I love it when that happens. So River can see that in a pretty vast cave system that goes up into the mountains rather than down, with there is a pretty lavishly designed interior that holds a bunch of bluebird people, as well as a bunch of green and purple lizards. River is pretty much saying all of this out loud as she is kind of like scanning around. Okay, good perception check. She's following around Urkatesh, more specifically. Every now and again she'll get like... She'll kind of pause because there's a lump in her throat that she's trying to like talk past. Cliff does grab her hand and squeeze it. Allah is there, and he's he seems to be looking over a bunch of comet. They have barrels of it. And I can see Torv and Brotherin in a cage in the back. They're hooked up to some IV drips. The bags that are being fed to them look like the same substance. I can't see Kashiv. Or Krila. You see Cliff, like, sit up straighter, and even Garrick, like, sits up and leans forward. What do you mean? They would be there. It's just Allah. The only other... The only other two I saw was Vox and Zale. Nobody else. River almost jumps back as she startles quickly. She had a glazed look over her eyes as she was doing the scrying, just kind of looking out over the scenery and trying to describe everything that she saw, before she seems to be just like scanning the room. The glazed look disappears in an instant and she leaps back. Allah saw me. Fuck. Okay. Not me, but saw the scry orb. You can hear like the heavy breathing from Garrick. If that boy did anything to my sister, I will gut him. Fine. I will help you.
give you back your eyes. But if you betray us, I will kill you.
Fine. I don't care what you do to me now. The safety of my sister, the safety of my sister is first and foremost.
We'll cast regenerate.
Garrick gets his eyes back. And we will take a break. You guys can decide what you want to do from here. There's a bunch of different plans skewing about, so where you want your characters to be, let me know. Because that'll probably depend on what we do in the second half of the session. So yeah. Chat it out and play planning, and we'll go from there. But otherwise, we'll come back at quarter to the next hour. Okay. Cool. I'll catch y'all back soon. Alright. So, we will be back soon after we have some food and drink, and all of that stuff. But otherwise, lots of plans are brewing. Thank you, Nine for the follow. Appreciate it, buddy. But yeah. Catch y'all back in a little bit. Alright, we're back. Hold on.
Huh?
Hi. I did not finish making the thing, but this is fine. I can hopefully multitask. This is a lie.
Take things slow. How crazy can we make things just to put him off his game?
So many.
Go hard.
So many crazy things.
Silver's not around, so it's a bit more difficult.
I don't think so. I think we could do some insane things.
Oh, there's always,
If not.
always a time to.
You know what we could try again? Throwing Turtle Mora.
Yeah,
Sneak attack.
let's go.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Wait,
what's that?
we've got.
Is it
Wait,
just
do
stone?
we have Leaf with us too, so we could throw Turtlemore and Teeth.
Do you
That doesn't
have-
quite work the same, but
Do you have Leaf with you guys?
I don't know.
I thought Leaf was
I
staying
don't know
behind.
who's coming. Someone's who's coming? You put it somewhere.
you've put a separate thing called Heal Peeps, and I'm not sure where they are or what they're doing.
I thought Torvik was wandering around.
And I thought Lychee would definitely want to be in on this.
Okay. So I forgot to do this. Okay.
Thought you were just talking who could heal. I thought you just had forgot to put. I didn't register that they weren't in any other group.
Because yeah, that's what I put for the people that were potentially staying behind. Because Lychee would definitely want to come with you guys, and so would Merlin. But Merlin is overseeing River and Bow. Because if
Yeah, he can fly.
yeah, because he can fly. So I think it was the Heal Peeps that we're going to be trying stuff to see what would work.
Right, I thought this.
Yeah.
I thought that we were doing preparation for that, and everyone else was heading to help. I didn't realize preparation involved testing. That's where my confusion comes from.
That's fair. I meant it in a sense of like testing like where they would need to stand, how many people they could do, like what their, because they are healers, they know the range of things, so they can be like, this is where this person would need to be, and things like that. And Silver would be like one of the main people that would probably be overseeing this like plan itself, along with Leaf. So
Do any of them have Aura of Purity? The ones that are staying behind?
Lychee and Leaf.
Orbeck does.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, totally not Tyler trying to, just trying to get the main party back.
I could clearly see that was what was happening.
No. Yes and no.
So, like, she is staying behind.
Very, very begrudgingly, but well.
Wait, so all three of them there? Because we were looking for 3 people, or was it just 2?
There were 3
River saw 2 of them.
Yeah.
River saw
2 of
2 of
them
them
are
in a
there, but we
cage,
don't know where the
didn't
3rd
spot
one is.
Armandor. Also, there's a good chance we might have to fight our friends again because they're drugged to the eyeballs even worse than
I mean,
the
they're also in a
coyotes were.
cage.
For now. But what happens even after the fight when we want to get them somewhere?
Knock him out.
Yep.
You don't gotta kill him.
No, but it's still probably a fight to knock them out a little bit.
So we don't have a brother on token. Okay, there's a lot more to this encounter setup than Tyler realized, as this is a big base. I would
Yeah.
need a lot more time to actually set this up.
There's something we can do in the meantime then. I'll give you a week.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of.
It'd be 2 weeks.
Unless you can...
Where you could delay it like 1 day
Yeah.
and say we want to focus on preparation and to get the whole steal shit again from
Honestly, we
names.
should just
I've only got
Aegis out of
Armandor in my
it.
head. Aegis. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should just take
We
her
could-
out right now. Just
There's enough for you.
we could trap her. It won't be too difficult.
Yeah, if we delay it 1 day, we've got time to do the thievery and some setup with the whole squad.
I would...
I mean, Torbeck's already like looking for her. He could always just cast banishment.
That's also true. Actually, just get her
But
out
then
of
we
here.
wouldn't know where they went.
Potentially.
And if they're being, like, helped, then they could just come back.
There it is.
And then they'd be on to us.
I mean, we're not sure they're not already.
Is 100% true.
You can go through with the...
He did try breaking into your room.
Oops. Oh god, where is that? I'm gonna have to do
We
that
could also
later.
try trap her in a cylinder.
What, because you're done with boxes?
Yeah. And specifically because it's a cylinder in the spell.
Sorry, I'm trying to multitask. This is how well it would have went if I tried. Okay, I'm just gonna leave that actually. So you can at least, like, ECC, try and delay the rescue mission until you have a better idea of what you're going into. Also, there's the case of you were caught trying to do the scrying, so them being on edge will probably be a bad thing. With the banishing, it's 50-50 whether or not Akijis is actually the overseer and will just go to limbo, or if Akijis is just a humanoid that has been puppeted and will go, you don't know where. There
You know
is
who we need? Bobney. Sorry.
there is also, you can scry on her to try and find out where she went, or do other like divination stuff to try and find out where she went if you do just want to get rid of her for the time being. So the banishment is an option. There are ways to find out where she actually went. It's also there's a lot of you. You can just try and knock her out. It'll be an interesting turn of events to see how that goes. She does have a character sheet. So there's that.
I just had a very weird thought. What would happen if you were to try to regenerate the undead part of her brain?
Ooh. It would depend which magic is stronger, if it is still in her brain when you are trying it. If it's not, it's easier.
Wait, if her brain's not in her head?
If that part of her brain is not in her head, when you regenerate it, you have a higher chance of it succeeding. If you're trying to out-magic the magic that's there, you just have to hope your magic is stronger.
We just need to perform some
Outcast it.
abusive neurosurgery
Yeah.
before.
We could trap her.
Crack her
maybe.
open.
Dr. Torbeck scrubbing in.
It depends if she would count as undead.
No. She just has an undead part of her.
So how? Can I just trip?
This is a completely
She
different
counts
direction.
Fae.
No.
No, elves don't count as Fae, eh?
No, they don't. She is humanoid.
I mean, she's not really a monster.
Despite what you may think.
Well, that's the one that I have currently of is hold monster, not person. Oh. What if you just did a really high level heal on her though?
You can also give that a go.
There are options.
There are options.
What if we all just find her in her office and then go in there and say we're gonna talk to her and just ambush her instead? Like, hey, can we talk? And just like we'll do spells to see what happens.
So it turns out I talk with my fists. Hey.
We have a few characters where we already
Just-
know that's true.
We're all here. We're all here because we love you. And we're worried
This
about
isn't-
you.
This is an intervention. We don't know what we're intervening in, but we think it's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna find out.
Oh my god.
I mean, I feel like the only way we'd kind of... I mean, there's a bunch of us. But I feel like we need to get the jump on her before she gets the jump on us.
an option with that is Silver leading her, saying that she's interested to go to the reliquaries.
I was thinking of that, actually.
Mm. There's plenty of science equipment there. You could perform surgery.
Did we even get into the reliquaries? Like other people? What if I turn them into clouds?
Oh, if you could turn into clouds, then that's no problem at all.
If I turn them into clouds and we're like, hey, just follow me. just follow me. Not really close, but like, hey, just follow me. See where we go.
Yeah. Do you have to be one, or can you just turn other people and concentrate on it?
I think I do too, maybe, actually.
Because that's
Let me see.
interesting.
You can.
Yeah, but like also you can just turn back whenever. So like I could like turn you guys into it and then just turn myself back.
Yeah, I'd allow that.
Yeah, and then you guys would be just clouds.
Yeah, until you stopped deciding to be clouds.
Yeah. I feel like that could work.
And I do have a reliquaries thing, so where did that go? Let's chuck that there. Just clean it up a little bit.
You know, if we didn't want to like just outright murder Akachis.
Rue would probably appreciate the attempt at healing.
I think so.
And maybe
Given that she's
she
now-
might have insider knowledge, you know?
Well, like insider brain knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. Things have been going on in her brain.
Oops. Map. Yeah, this is absolutely something you guys can do.
Do we want to do that?
It would stop if we. I reckon we do the sort of arena planning first, and then rush Akagis and try and heal her up, because that'll stop them from massively trying to stop our arena thing. I imagine that would likely happen once they realise what we're doing.
Yeah, but they might already know. Like, we don't know how much they overheard, if they overheard anything.
I think we need to get a little bit of planning done though, because Akagis is currently basically at the top of everything, and what if she just disappears out of nowhere? It'll be absolute chaos. So if we can have the start of a plan to get things back in line as soon as possible, at least we can minimize chaos to a little bit.
Minimize chaos? Never.
Okay, no, not with Big Fish and Vivid in the chat, but also it means we wouldn't have to thieve those extra jars. We could just take them at the same time.
Yeah, it just depends on like how we're getting to the arena and how we're getting back to the arena. Because like that's a 6 that would take like going there and back with Windwalk would take up both 6 level spell slots. And then then the other ones are pretty. I'd have to upcast it to do it for this thingy.
Torvik and Lychee know about like a side passage to get in and out of the castle, so you can take a long way around to get to the arena if you wanted to keep those spell slots for just the reliquaries.
Yeah.
It's slightly riskier, but it gives like those spell slots will be free.
I mean, we don't need everyone to go out and do the arena planning. River and Bow are also already stealthy. Silver can probably help out Dolgar, because I imagine he'll probably trip on his own fire potions or something.
He'll set something on fire. Luckily, there's not too much glass in the arena. He'll find some.
I imagine Leaf, Lychee, and Amora, if Amora takes Torvik's spot, for the whole aura of whatever purification or whatever it is, purity.
Yeah.
They can do that planning, and then Torvik and the rest of us can figure out or sort of track Aegis and figure out what might be the best time or way to get at them.
No worries.
Okay. Two.
And that way Silver's with the arena group if they really need to come back fast as well.
True. Okay. So is this trying to... There's a lot of planning happening. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm following. Arena planning stuff is happening. Meanwhile, scouting Aegis is happening, or are you gonna try and... What's happening with Aegis?
Don't think we could properly take on Aegis, or at least like the idea of what we want to do with Aegis without Silver around.
Mm-hmm.
She's better off with the arena people for now, so it's probably scouting out Aegis.
Okay. Cool.
With the exception of Garrick, of course, who's probably just going to either sit in the room or sit in the box.
He'll probably just go to the arena and sit. He'll be fine wherever. He's had his fair share of times in the arena as well, unsurprisingly. So
I think just leaves Torvik, Kaba, and Rourke to wander the castle. Torvik, Kaba, Rourke, and the entire kitchen staff, because we've apparently got... I suspect we can get them on hand.
that is true.
Mm-hmm.
I love this. Now, luckily, there is... Here it is. I found the arena. So... First of all... Let's chuck you all over there. And... let's go into the token layer. Get rid of that. So, as a reminder, apparently, because I opened up the arena and was like, oh god, right. This exists in the background. And what Dolga finds in the massive like panel thing that he can like see is pressing buttons activates something within the arena. Whether it be fire shooting out from the beams or something happening. The big like these thingies. Those are saw blades. I don't know why doing that.
Probably not that helpful for us.
Yeah. So...
Oh, actually, the long bar, I imagine, is like a bar carrying saw blades. Is
it is.
Is there, when he presses the button, is there the option to have them not spinning? They could be used to like help segregate groups inside the arena without us actually physically going in there, as long as they're not actually spinning.
I'd say because of what's it called? what is he? Alchemist? Artificer shit. Yes, he can.
You can probably set someone else to dull the blades a bit.
Mm-hmm. So,
Not sure the fire's going to help.
not sure the fire is going to help, yeah. He does have a fun time with that. So he can deactivate that. All of the different squares are just different things that can be activated, like spells or other things like that. He can turn those off.
Are any of them like freezing, like holding people?
Oh my god, I would really love if this worked. Sorry, it's being stupid.
We can see things just sliding about. I'm
I
fairly
know,
sure that's
right?
not intended.
It's not. Not freezing. Some of them are for like the grease spell. Let's see. Let me find. Oh, actually, it's probably easy to type arena. So some of them are darts, some of them are pit traps, grease puddles, fire from the pillars, obscuring mist. Sorry, they're scythes, not saws. And pain rain is what I called it. The raining acid.
I don't think any of that, apart from non-lethal scythe things, might help.
Yeah.
Too bad we can't like take over their system and change the spells.
So, let's chuck that back onto there at least. And I need to fix this because it's going to piss me off. Because they need to be on top of them. So from the control panel, which is this spot up there, Dolga's up there. Everyone else can kind of find places to hang out. And stand wherever they want to. In these spaces on either side, there is it's pretty much like a chamber. In either side, you can see that whenever they would do people versus creatures, they'd put the creatures in here, so there are like claw marks on the walls and stuff like that. But otherwise, you can contain people within those rooms before the match starts, and then it opens to the arena on one side. So there's that. They are controlled by a lever on the inner side, so like in this side, to close that door. And then the person in the control room presses a lever to open up the stage doors, is what it's called.
These pillars.
Mhm.
Are they high up off the ground?
They are about... what did I write? They're 30 feet up.
Would it be hard for a commoner to climb it?
Oh, absolutely.
Would there be enough room to stand on top of one?
Yes.
Not good for your aura of purity, though. That's a radius of 30, so you'd touch the ground and get a couple of them. That would be better. Not good for your aura of purity with a radius of 30 feet. It'd touch the bottom of the pillar.
More so, like originally getting them to like calm down as well. Like if you wanted to like do it quickly, you could have like a person up there, and then like obviously one of the flying people do the calm emotion, see if it works, fly him down, do the other one, just so like, or just have like the flying ones on those in case something goes wrong.
That's true.
To grab the person.
Do you think we could rig like a netting thing hanging down between all the pillars, still like 15 feet or 20 feet above the ground to give you a bit more foot room to move around?
It's absolutely something you could do.
Like a circus catch net?
That would just be fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because 30
Because
feet is
it'll also
actually
get you
like
lower
quite
to
massive.
once you're on the net, if it's like halfway down the pillars, you will get a good radius on the ground still.
Yeah. I mean, considering that they're commoners, I don't think it would be too hard to cast spells on them. So doing like, I mean, calm emotions you can do from, it's got a range of 60 feet. And then it's a 20-foot sphere. So if you did it in small groups of people, it would probably work better.
Because outside of like the Murstone Castle, there are, how many did I say? It's like 150 to 200 commoners out there. And the spell that, or like the thing that Eke just was talking about, would get all of them.
Yeah.
But Leaf is talking about like 20 to 30 at a time, trying these things. So,
unless you want to use the main central arena as a sort of general holding area and attract them into the monster pens and in small groups to make sure you get you sort of cast it on specific groups, and also those people will be safe from the main violent lot. That
yeah, I
way,
mean, I guess you could go
radiuses.
in one, out the other.
Well, and if we do it sort of backwards, so the person on the main stage pulls the lever, opens it up, somehow we attract some of them into the thing. The front door gets closed, and then...
Yeah, but there's some on both. There's like two entrances, right? Yeah, so if you had them go in one, get put in the holding pen, then go into the arena, see if it works, cures them. If it does, move them to the other side, out the other side, so then they're also separated.
I was thinking more that we by having them in the arena, or if they're in the arena, they've got a chance to spread out. If you do the spells while they're in one of the pens, you're gonna catch all of them.
How big are the pens though?
Not 20 feet. They look 10 at most.
Oh yeah, like way smaller than 30 feet.
But they have like doors on either side. So you could do the spell, it would just be a radius. That could work. And then once they're like cured, I guess put them in the arena.
Safety from people outside, yeah, that's a good idea if we want to sort of use the outside as a generic people
set
holding
up
area.
like some,
Move
I
them
guess,
into the
lesser
stands, maybe.
clerics maybe.
Yeah, resting
well to do,
beds and a
like-
bit of food
yeah.
and actual water and stuff. Probably
That
don't spike the
works.
water this time.
I would do that.
So the arena itself has like the actual like outside of the arena has multiple entrances to get into it. There is an area for just like commoners going into the stands. There's like 4 different entrances for that, and then they come through and end up out one of like these doors to get into here.
We can
Otherwise,
block
is
this
there-
off, right?
You could definitely make a way to block them off.
Yeah.
With...
I mean, even just like moving furniture or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
There must be some other large entrance to access the monster pens then?
Yes, there is another entrance for monsters, and then there are another entrance for participants, and that goes into a separate room underneath the arena, because underneath the arena is split into two parts. Obviously, there's all of the monster side where they have the creatures and things like that, and then they have the area that Rourke was hanging out in before his fight. So there's what do you call them? They're locker rooms, where people would go into. But otherwise, there is underneath the bleachers or sitting area, that is all an area that can be roamed about in. It's basically just a massive oval. Leaf would be able to say, with enough time, Leaf can move stone to block those off.
Also, calm emotions is just on a point. So if we were trying to get them through somewhere, because whoever casts calm emotions can just cast it, say on a doorway.
Mm-hmm.
So when they come through, that goes off, and then you'd need another person to have more of purity. So they'd kind of go through calm emotions.
Have another
or even
idea.
if they merged, I don't know.
Calm emotions is a lower level spell, and we might have more people that can cast it. So if we attract people into the monster entrance, trap them in there, use calm emotions on them, then at that point try and shuffle them out into the arena, and after about 4 groups have gone through, one person can then aura of purity the whole lot within their radius in the main arena, and then at that point shuffle them through the player entrance to rooms and stuff that are a bit more settled and comfortable, and use the other side of the arena as backup for that as well.
Yeah, they have to be non-hostile to do aura of purity.
Yeah, but if we can do a bunch of smaller calmer emotions to one aura of purity.
Okay. Absolutely do that. Because
up to a minute.
Lychee has calm emotions, and Leaf can get it with a rest.
We're not planning on starting this straight away, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's definitely options to...
Well, yeah, I was thinking those two and Amora work on the calm emotion side of it, and we have Torvik on the other side with his aura of purity. I think the issue would be shuffling druggies through fast enough to be within the calm emotions. 1 minute to get 3 or 4 groups through.
Well, you can have the spells in the same area, though, can't you?
Yeah, they can overlap. That's fine.
Yeah, so you can calm them and purify them at the same time, but you'd probably want the calm emotions first. So say, I don't know what the underneath looks like. Say it was a L-ish shaped locker room. You'd put the calm emotions in the beginning, and then the aura of purity at the second door or whatever, or just before it, because it's quite big.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you put it at it, it might just go up anyway. Because I don't know how the space that we're working with.
Yeah, it doesn't really have an underground.
Aura
Sorry.
Purity lasts for up to 10 minutes, so.
Yeah. As long as you can concentrate it on it for that long.
Mm-hmm.
Which just means no one's trying to attack you or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know how long it'd take for the aura of purity, if it's going to work, to get rid of the poison. So it lasting 10 minutes is a good thing. People just already calmed inside of it would have time for it to filter through.
Yeah, I guess that's why you'd want to test it on a probably a smaller group first. Even smaller than like 20 people.
Probably like 5 at most.
Even like 1 or 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I am. Where am I? 85.
How do we want to attract the druggies anywhere?
Just
Without
yell that you've
one
got
of
some
our own.
comet.
Without one of our own being trapped in the same room they're trying to rush into.
Literally just yell.
And just get someone that can teleport.
Yeah, just
Or
yell
illusions,
that I
actually.
got comet. Or they can fly or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, even
A mage hand saying, "Come here."
Free comet.
Yeah.
Readily available.
Mm-hmm. Use more squid milk and glitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just mage hand a jar through the street.
Pretty much. I mean, you can even have, like, the people that can fly, just hawk them, just yoink. And then bring them to the arena. It's just a funny thought to me. I mean, you also have druids that can turn into things that can fly. So, literal hawking is an idea.
Not Amora. She can't fly.
Not
She
yet.
can't even swim.
She can fly if we throw her. She just won't stay up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Brooke will just get a wagon, chuck people in the back,
Exactly.
run it to the arena.
What? I was going to say, was the next thing walk or run it to the arena, or like you grab the horse handles and you spin it round and fling it?
Beyblade, Beyblade.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I do have mage hand.
So, aura purity and calm emotions are the main ones that you guys are looking at using. Some of the other options were mass cure wounds.
We don't have
mass-
anyone to do mass heal.
Yeah. I think another one that Lychee would chuck in, as I believe, let me check it again, is Hero's Feast. Because it cures people of all poisons and diseases.
Don't they have to eat
Probably
something,
wouldn't be.
though?
They have to eat.
Probably wouldn't be too hard once
Yeah.
they get calmed, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
Druggies are notorious for
But
munchies, right?
It has a hell of a
True.
cost.
it does. And
That's
also,
the only thing.
actually luring them with it wouldn't be too difficult because you can make the Hero's Feast look like anything. Like, you can just have it that there are goblets of comet or something like that.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
the
12
material cost
creatures
is
for
like
1,000 gold pieces.
yeah, that's the thing. It's got an insane material cost.
Exactly. And
Not just 1,000 gold pieces either. It's specifically
No,
a
it's
gem
very
encrusted.
specific.
It's something specific
Mhm.
made out of the 1,000.
Exactly.
Don't think we can find enough for a city's worth, but it's still worth testing during our first
Yeah. And
testing phase.
it's got,
If we've got the...
so that's one at least that Lychee puts forward. Again, if there are any other spells that you guys come across, feel free to call them out, because I'm just writing a list of stuff I can look through over the next week to see if it is a possibility. I'm looking through Lychees at the moment.
Shape is what I'm looking for.
Rare of Healing's a lower level spell, but can hit up to 6 creatures.
It doesn't have to be specifically that it cures disease. It can also just be radiant and healing.
There's
So I'll check that
aura
one out.
of vitality. That's about using bonus actions.
That's right. That's like you put something down at a point, and then it just constantly gives healing, right?
Oh, that's on yourself.
Oh, okay.
It's centered on you, yeah.
Would lay on hands help? We had one paladin? No, wait, am I thinking of Annabella instead? We don't have it. No, Torvik's a paladin.
Torvik is paladin.
Torvik's
Lay
a
on hands
paladin.
might help.
And if we can also make creatures friendly to Torvik, then some of his other auras would go into effect too. Like aura protection gives a bonus to saving throws to anybody
It's
within
not a
10 feet that's
curse.
friendly.
Okay, cool. And no, it wouldn't count as a curse.
What about protection from poison?
I'll have a
You
look
touch a
into it.
creature, if it's poison, you neutralize it.
I'll check it in to have a look anyway.
Definitely worth testing, but these a lot of these lower level ones, I imagine, would have already been tested by the rank and file in the castle. The
Fair
higher
enough.
level stuff would have been impossible for them to test stuff.
Sometimes people don't.
But
think
still worth
it's-
testing because we can.
Also, if you can upcast it to a certain level, it might not say it does more, but if you can give me a good enough reason with your testing the stuff, and you can upcast it to whatever level that you want to try it at, we can work something out. If you want to combine it with another spell and have it work like that, I'm totally open to this option. So that's probably stuff that hasn't been tried that you guys have the opportunity to try. I think
I don't think that one would work.
what one is it?
Purify food and drink. It would have worked earlier on when less stuff was.
It'll be useful to, if we've got spare spell slots, it'll be useful to guarantee we can feed the crowd safely afterwards.
That is true.
No telling who's going to try and slip more poisons into our stock, into any stock of food we provide.
Balance of aura purity.
Cause fear. Probably don't want to use that one.
They just have to look outside. Wow, isn't that relevant? Hate it.
Torvik's also got create food and water, which can feed up to 15 people.
Damn, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
This is still a lot of text. I would say as well,
Control weather.
with Glyph of Warding, it doesn't have... Oh, it does. If you create a spell glyph, you can store any spells up to the same level as the slot you used for Glyph of Warding. I would say if you did that further, you can put multiple in there. So you can put a point in where you just let them in and let off a multiple like healing and protection from poison and stuff like that in it.
What if you use control weather mixed with is it like protection from poison? Or like something like that? I can't remember if that was a touch spell. Was that a touch spell?
Massive area of effect thing, but enhanceability constitution on things might help with poison check.
Yeah. Control weather plus calm emotions. The nice soothing rain.
Exactly.
Localized entirely within the arena.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if you touch a creature.
Because one of the ones that Leaf made like a joke about was causing like healing rain. So
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
yeah,
Or like
what was
anti-poison rain.
yeah. Because you could do control weather and the heal spell. You could give that a go.
Yeah. I just need
Would they mix properly,
I
or
need
would you be able
4
to
hours.
would you be able to stick like a glyph of warding in the middle of the water to properly make them interact?
It needs to be. It can last up to 8 hours. It takes 10 minutes to cast, and it's within 5 miles of you. And you have to be outdoors.
I would say you can.
It's like an
Probably,
8th level druid spell.
yeah. Probably instead of straight heal, you could do multiple mass cure wounds on the cloud itself, and then that can work as like something, so then it goes in and down on that. But if you're doing mass cure wounds, that's pretty much just adding an extra step of rain, where you could do mass cure wounds on the point itself of people.
Yeah, except control weather is 5 miles instead of 30 feet.
Yeah, that's
The
where it
limit
gets
comes
finicky.
to the hit points. The limit comes to the hit points restored, which is still only 700 at our biggest spell we can't even cast. Over 5 miles, it's like 1 hit point a person.
Unless
It'd
you
be
had,
more
like,
effective with like an anti-poison or anti-disease spell, which doesn't have that hit point limit.
I mean, that's protection from poison would work if it wasn't just a touch spell. But it's a touch spell, you have to touch them. But if you had like an anti-poison of some sort, you could like use someone who could like control elements or something to spread it out over a larger area, I guess.
I mean, you have an artificer who works in alchemy. It's a possibility given time and resources. So, antitoxin is already a thing, but I would have to read through artificer shit properly. If you can try and find a way to nullify disease, and the antitoxin would work on the poison part, there would probably be a way for Dolga to make combine that with control weather. And if you do that over the town of Mirstone, it gives you, I would say, an easier chance of healing them. Healing, like, to get rid of that, it wouldn't immediately just like cure them. Because again, it would be you're like boosting their I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Immune system,
Thank you.
metabolism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we cast control weather. Create one large rain cloud. We have everybody that can cast Aura of Purity. Cast that. Silver casts like Windwalk or Gaseous Form or whatever it is to turn us into clouds. We go up into the rain cloud. It rains through us, through our aura.
I kind of love that.
The only issue with that spell is, do you have another druid that can cast 8th level spells?
Nope.
Yeah. It is a great idea though.
Well, what?
It's-
Another Windwalk, was it?
No, Control Weather is a cleric, druid, or wizard spell and it's 8th level.
Light Chicken 8th level. Yeah.
There is.
Oh shit, it's a possibility.
I mean, if we could learn Gaseous Form, it's only a 3rd level, and it's touch something to do the same thing as Windwalk. We've only got 2 people that can cast Aura of Purity anyway, so we don't have to use the higher level Windwalk for that. We can just
Really?
Gaseous Form
2
them.
people can cast Aura of Purity.
I might have counted wrong, but 2 or 3 at most.
Would Lychee have it? Or Lychee would have access to it. And then Porvik is a paladin.
He has it.
And then Amora.
And Leaf. Oh no, it's not a
It's a
druid thing.
cleric. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a cleric and paladin, so. Because it is diseased and poisoned all in it.
Mhm.
Someone just put their energy into a bottle.
How many
You know who'd be great at this? Bobney.
protection from poison? Who can cast that? Let me find.
It's like a 2nd level artificer, cleric, druid, paladin, ranger spell.
You have multiple of those. I would say, because it's also 2nd level, if you did that as, say, clouds or gaseous forms and just floated through people.
And you could float through a lot of people because you're moving like 300 feet.
I would say
Or something.
you'd have to upcast it, because otherwise I'd have to figure out that mechanic specifically.
Would it
Because that
would it last longer if it was upcasted? Or would it still be the hour?
I'd say it would still last an hour, but it says specifically you touch a creature. That's the part that I'm trying to figure out, upcasting, how that would work, how you can do or cover more ground depending on spell slot. So that's also one. Which I think would work similarly to what Kev said with the control with a Aura of Purity cloud. Because you're just transferring it. Yeah. Because how long does Aura of Purity last again?
Up to 10 minutes concentration.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Control Weather is up to 8 hours, but you have to be concentrating.
Okay. And you
Well,
don't
it's
have to concentrate on Windwalk.
Let me see. Where is my spells? Nope. Nope.
Yeah. So as long as you have one person concentrating on control weather, and you do that aura of purity in it, you'd have enough to cover enough ground. You'd be giving people enough of that, like, resistance, not immunity, that's the word I'm thinking of. Resistance. And if you did
Mass cure wounds, maybe?
I would say that would be enough. Yeah.
Because that's where is that? Yeah, that's not a concentration spell.
It's not.
Just need someone to cast it.
I can hear my phone buzzing somewhere, and I don't know where the fuck it is. I'll do it. Sorry.
Because it's a bard cleric would you would spell. So you just need one or two people to cast it, because you can't cast in gaseous form. If that's what we're doing. Unless we're just doing the cloud thing and not windwalking. Or are we windwalking?
Windwalking is probably the better option if you've got the spell slot for it.
So we're doing the
Because
control
people
weather
can you
with the
can
aura of purity.
also with Windwalk you can't it says people can choose to turn back from cloud, but as long as it's still within the time they can turn back into cloud. So they can sort of come back to a person, cast the spell again, go back into a cloud, and do all their movement and raining as needed. You can also put that on the cure wounds people so they can easily get to an area where they've got to revert to a person and then cast their cure wound stuff and then cloud on again.
Unless you can't keep one person out to do the aura of purity.
What do you mean one person out?
Well, so they don't. Like, because you're casting the aura of purity in with the control weather, right? So you have like the cloud and up there. It'll be up there. So people can just immediately start going. Because I don't know if you can still concentrate on a spell if you're in gaseous form, considering the only things you can do are dash and revert back.
Doesn't say anything about stopping concentration or spells that are already in effect.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, is that something that can be done?
Let me see.
That's not the right one.
Oh, sorry. You see gaseous form, so I was looking at that one. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep saying gaseous.
It's alright. There's been multiple spells thrown out. You're all good. Okay. I'd say because it says like the only actions you can take are to do that, you don't have to use an action to concentrate on something. That's just something that you can continue doing. So I'd say you'd be able to concentrate still while keeping the form.
Where you can float through the clouds and move the aura of purity as needed.
Can't cast anything in that.
No, so you'd have to revert and cast, but you'd still be able to concentrate on whatever you needed to.
And at least, yeah, land safe.
It it does mean you're down one person on the Aura of Purity because... Well, actually, would... No, because you don't... Sorry, I'm talking out loud. That's making it confusing. You'd be down one person on Aura of Purity because Lachi would be concentrating on Control Weather instead.
Unless you got Silver to do it.
Does Silver have enough spell slots to do Windwalk and Control Weather?
Control Weather's an 8th level spell. She'd just need 4 hours to be able to, like, get it. That's an 8th level spell. Windwalk is a 6th level, and she's got 2 of those.
Yeah, easy. Sorry, I confused the spell slots. Yeah, no problem.
No,
That
you're
would be
good.
fine. So I'd say, given all of your trial talking and ideas and stuff, you have a plan of what to do. Now you just have to eliminate the thing that's gonna stand in your way of doing it.
Yeah. 'Cause I feel like if we start doing it, and Eka just sees, they'll probably try to stop us.
I love how
For Apple's planning, I vote we stop by a library and pick up some crash course neuroscience books.
Fair enough. And the hilarious thing of everyone coming to the arena to try and discuss this, you guys don't even need the arena. You don't.
Not anymore, no.
It's fantastic.
Could be used as a rehabilitation center.
Absolutely, though. And there's plenty of space. Oops, I did that backwards.
We've probably very much disappointed Dolgar after all of his fiddling around and realizing, oh, what fun he could have, and really we're like, yeah, nah, don't need it.
If anything, he's found a new thing that he can invest himself into when adventuring, when he gets too old for adventuring.
Medical things?
Being a...
Arena setups.
Yeah, arena host.
Arena engineering.
Yeah.
I thought I was gonna come up with like new medical things.
Arena.
Well,
Hey,
he
you
did
need-
try that, and
you-
it resulted
you-
in Carver spitting fire out the back of a cart. I'm not sure we want him anywhere near medical stuff.
You really don't.
Hey, you need a way to like quickly disperse antitoxin or medication. There we go. Here's
Yeah.
a sprinkler system.
Exactly. You guys made a cool sprinkler system. Fuck yes.
Some artificer is gonna look at that and be like, oh, I could make that.
Agriculture will never be the same again.
Never. And after all of that, what was Bo and River going to get again? Sleep spell? Sleep scrolls?
Hey, maybe they found some.
It's a low level spell, they definitely found some. If anyone wants to do a sending to them to try and find medical books or other medical supplies, they can absolutely do so too.
I even have sending.
Like she does. And she always keeps that
So
one
does
prepared.
Amara. Yeah. Any books on neurosurgery? Brain surgery?
I'd say they can definitely go and pick those up too. As you'll head back to the castle. For spell planning and ridiculous ideas that actually turn out to work, and planning, you all get inspiration points. Fucking fantastic. That was a great session.
For once, I'm actually at max. So.
Damn. Good job. I will get the rest of that stuff planned for next session, which is not next week but the week after, because next week I am busy. We have Billiskewy. And
Very Italian version.
yeah. So 2 weeks to plan a bunch of stuff, as well as spell mechanic things for this. Sounds like a good plan. If there are any other things in the meantime that you think of, you want to try and work into session or anything like that, just let me know. I can plan out something. There are a few other maps that I do need to get set up, so I'll probably try and do those if I'm not dead tired. We'll see. Focus on the ones that we'll be doing sooner.
I think Torvik would just spend the day with like a bundle of sage, just walking around the castle.
That's
Just
fair.
burning sage and like trying just to get within view of acreages, just so he can use divine sense to see if that pings anything.
Okay. What does divine sense do, please?
Need to be within 60 feet. It tells me if somebody is celestial, or fiend, or undead.
Okay.
I don't know who it is, just if somebody is.
I'd say easily enough, like you try and do timings where you walk past where Akedis is like exiting her office or is going out to like grab a bite to eat. You call someone out to like go and knock on her door to check on her, and as she like opens the door to talk to them, you stroll past. Easy enough. You can do it many times. You do definitely get undead. It is not the entirety of her being, it is definitely like a specific point. So the ping is not strong, but it is present.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'd say...
You like
Sorry.
wander over as she's talking to the person, he'll just like smudge her, like waft the smoke at her.
Mm-hmm. She's confused.
Wafts up at the other person. And then just wander off again. Doing that to anybody he encounters.
Fair. She is immensely confused by it, but just kind of closes her office door. Yeah. Was Torvik there when the conversation was happening about the Overseer? I don't remember.
I don't remember either. Sure.
Yeah. Because, I mean, it's definitely a possibility. So if you think he was, absolutely. When you were there for that, a lot of the stuff being talked about Limbo, and even your experience with a lot of the out-of-plane stuff that you got to do, which weirds you out now, knowing the fact that the planes are people, or can be people, I'll say.
I've been in some of you. It's weird.
Yeah, we're not gonna go there.
No.
It's always been a very like odd conversation around Limbo itself. Obviously being the plane of pure chaos, as well as everything that Claire had said about the Overseer. You would be able to piece together that if Akedis was the Overseer in disguise, you would get a way stronger ping. So, you can at least put together that this is just some normal chick. There is just a part of her that he is leeched to. He is leeched onto her, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So there's
Could
that.
be easier to fix then.
So you at least have that put together. Yeah. I think with that, that's where we end the session. I'm excited to see where the hell this ends up. Not even
Yeah.
remotely.
And somewhere.
It's gone somewhere. Not even remotely where I
Mhm.
thought we'd end up, but hey. This is what I love about collaborative storytelling. But anyway, I should probably write a list about what I need to do so that I can tick stuff off and not forget.
Don't forget to add leveling up your Humblewood character if you haven't already.
Alright.
I need to double check that. Thank you for the reminder.
Mostly because I know Brooke probably hasn't done so.
No.
I'm
I
not
had so many other things on.
Mm-hmm. It's alright. I will message you later to remind you to do it. Yeah. But otherwise, good session, y'all. I will catch y'all in a couple weeks. Have good. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
That's us. Good little session. All of the things. It is gonna be an interesting time coming up soon. But hey, it's gonna be fun. Thank y'all for hanging out. Hopefully y'all enjoyed all of the odd ways that we can fuck with spells and mechanics. Hehe. Like I said, I'll catch y'all for D&D in a couple of weeks. Otherwise, Wednesday will be our gaming, all of those good things. Nothing else I could think of, at least. Anyway, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I'm gonna go have some food because I'm fucking hungry. I will catch y'all later. Bye.